Well, here we are. It's Sunday, December 14th, 2025, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. You're watching Co-op for Two, and you're watching the finale of Empty Faces the Mine, box number 5, which is actually the finale of a 3-season set that we've been playing over the last 2 weeks at breakneck speed. This will be the 15th box of this Hunt-A-Killer game that we're playing in a continuing storyline that is culminating tonight, and we may never see any more content in this series. This was a game originally released somewhere in the 2018-2020 range and is being decommissioned by Hunt-A-Killer, retired at the end of this month. That's because maintaining the third-party websites used in this game has become too much of a drag on Hunt-A-Killer, and reproducing this game for some reason is not in their immediate plans. I think it's safe to say that all of us playing here have enjoyed it substantially, and that the storytelling in particular is so good that it does seem like they should find a way to re-release this game, this content. Huge amount of work went into the production of this game. In this series, The Mine, we've got these historical books, 2 of them in this set, but we've seen similar content in the previous seasons. Seems a waste not to continue this game. But on the other hand, we've also seen that its influence has seeped into future games by Hunt-A-Killer. I can see a clear influence on Blair Witch Season 1 and 2. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. At the very end of today's session, we will talk about The Mine this season, but maybe also the whole Empty Faces set in general. If you have been joining me for all of these playthroughs, I do hope you'll stick around at the end and share your thoughts. Okay, anything else to catch up on before we get started? Let me see, make sure the chat is working. There's just a handful of us here today for the finale. That's just how it works when we play these multi-part series. We are on track with our plan to marathon these Hunt-A-Killer retirement games this month. We're way past the halfway point, and we're at the halfway point in the month. So just to remind you, we have 2 more seasons of a different series, a sci-fi series called Earthbreak, 10 boxes in total, that we need to get played before the end of the month. We seem to be on good schedule to get that done. My expectation is we will start that this coming weekend, and that I'm not sure if I'll be streaming other stuff during the week. It's quite possible, but not sure. But I do know for the next couple of days there will be no live streams. However, I will try to put up some other videos, some review videos and some top 10 list type videos before we get to the end of December. If you're a Patreon supporter, you can have early access to those. The rest of you, they'll be coming soon. And we need to remember to thank Elaine Covington, who took such care of these games and has sent us all of the games we're playing this month, along with notes on how to play them, what not to miss, and where to go if we can't find the online content, which is disappearing. It's only thanks to Elaine that we're able to play these here. All right, let's do a little bit of recap before we start today's session. We played for about 7 hours on Friday and then 6.5 hours on Saturday. Box 1 and 2, and then box 3 and 4. The basic gist of the story is we've been contacted by someone at the Cooper's Rock Heritage Center. This town in West Virginia, Cooper's Rock, is the center of all of the cases we've been playing this month. Some supernatural weird stuff going on. The woman who's contacted us is experiencing some sort of supernatural visions having to do with the mining operation, the miners, which are the center of the Cooper's Rock Heritage Center, and the foundation of the town was built as a mining town. As we investigated, we learned about the history of the mine. It was scouted out originally by Sidney Cooper in the late 1800s, who went a bit crazy while investigating a cave, the Foxfire Cave, that the mining company sent him. Eventually the mine moves in. People start getting sick from working in the mine. They're getting a kind of dementia. They're going crazy. We're told about a union strike in 1989 where an explosion happened inside the mine. A person has gone missing, David Griffith, who half the town suspects of orchestrating the explosion. Then the mine shut down. The apparition who's haunting this woman who works at the Heritage Center looks a little bit like David Griffith. Eventually, what we discover is that David Griffith is the apparition. He's sort of trapped between worlds. There is this other world that seems to have an entrance in the mining, in the cave, in the Foxfire Cave. We think David is trapped in there. We know that the mining company wasn't just mining coal. They had secret zones with passwords and armed guards, and they were mining some sort of magical rock or something, bright stone or something that grows in the mine. In the last box, we got some big reveals. And what we learned is that David Griffith was trapped in this other dimension, this world, and he had a girlfriend that we think is from this other world, where there's some evil spirit, but also some towns. It's like an alternate reality world, alternate universe. And this girlfriend has come through it, and she has a secret language with David. She tells us she's been waiting for him this whole time, and now that we've got sign of him, here's some magic that will be able to bring him back. We actually conducted that ritual and brought David Griffith back from his other world, reunited him with his girlfriend from '89, Erin Free. Before Erin Free accepts him back, she does a little test on him to make sure that the evil spirits aren't hiding in him. She gives us the test since we've been working with all this, and she finds out, you're kind of infected a little bit. We do a little spell. We put a little protection spell on my arm, and we warded off the evil. In the process of rescuing David Griffith, he says, you think things were bad in 1989? Things are much worse. This evilness is seeping through the mine and is coming into the town and is about to explode into this town. And that's what he was trying to do in '89. He was trying to destroy the gateway, maybe, to this world, which is in this Foxfire Cave. We're given a map of the town. We know that's where the Foxfire Cave is. It's some supernatural weird cave. We're shown ancient prehistoric drawings in the cave that seem to be talking about some portal into it and some weird evil spirits and stuff. We know how to decode the language. Sure enough, the evil spirit's name that is mentioned over and over again is Arwen. Arhwn, something like that, which is a common theme in the previous two seasons, the woods and the mountain. In the woods, it was a spirit that attacked a young girl, teenage girl, and hollowed out her body and took over. In the second season, The Mountain, it was the foundation of this cult that worshipped these spirits and being hollowed out and electricity. And now we're learning more about this alternate dimension where these evil spirit lives and takes over and stuff, and how it's trying to get into our current world. We're told by Aaron and David Griffith that there is a kind of ritual, a spell that could maybe close down this rift between the two worlds, this portal. That's what David was trying to do when in 89, but he tried to do it alone. And in the last two boxes, we have gotten parts of this spell. And I think maybe this is sort of, we've got the mine and then the mountain. Maybe this is in the shape of the mountain, but we're still looking for one more piece, which we think might be lost in the cave or in the mine. And we have been collecting and figuring out the secret passwords and zone names of the secret areas of the mine. We still don't know exactly what's in there, but the mining company that was extracting this stuff is protecting these. The other big reveal is that the mining company was working for a larger operation and in fact sold itself to this larger conglomerate of corporations to protect itself from financial accountability. And we were given the map of this larger corporation, Lux et Umbra. Lux et Umbra Venture Labs, which maintains operations globally, including a whole bunch of mines, but other stuff. And Lux et Umbra is clearly related to the Radiant Mountain cult, which was turned out to be a worldwide conspiratorial organization. Now we learned that this whole operation was much bigger than we thought. We're given a map of various other mines and locations, a map of the mine, at least sectors 1 and 2, which maybe this is going to come in useful at some point. We don't know. We learned that the mining company killed off a reporter. We still don't know exactly what they were mining, but obviously something powerful and dangerous. Before I go away from this map, I did go get the map from the Radiant Mountain cult so we could compare, because we suspect that this is actually, these corporations are actually maybe related to the cult locations. So in the cult, we have sanctuaries and strongholds of all this creepy cult. But if you look at the map, I think what it looks like is, sorry, let's do it so you can see it. Look at this. There's 2. There's 3. They even have the same numbers. A little bit different numbers here, but look, these are the same locations. Not all the same, but clearly what we've got here. Here's these 2. Here's these 2. So clearly what we've got here is the sanctuaries of the Radiant Mountain cult are derived from the companies and laboratories of the Radiant Mountain. The Radiant Mountain cult sanctuaries and stuff are tied in to the Lux at Umbra labs and mines. Maybe they're all different gateways into this evil dimension. One of the more bizarre things we got at the end of yesterday's session was a map of this other world, this alternate dimension that the Foxfire Cave seems to provide. This was a map drawn by David Griffith, who's been trapped in this other dimension for decades. And he's drawn out all these weird locations full of people. Now, you know what is almost just become obvious to me? This other world, this should have been obvious, is to us before, but this other world is a mirror of our planet. There's the ocean called the Great Drowning in this alternate reality. But here is this landmass, and this haven is this place here, probably. Right? This is our world. This is the United States is here. This is here, right? Forever Ice is our Iceland. Here's more river, more ocean. So this alternate reality is in fact a mirror of our planet. It's just some alternate sort of upside down world. And I think the spirit Arwen, who lives here, is trying to break into our world. And it seems to me that this game is trying to have us solve this problem and save the world today. All right, let's get ready to play. Let's see in the channel. I just caught up on part 2. The LVL intranet site looked like a website that Isabella was trapped in. I wonder if it was the same company website. Melissa says, really kind of regretting helping that cult take over the group now. We really need to be able to take them all down by the end of this to redeem ourselves. Perplexed Puzzler says, don't close the portal. Visit the other side, Jesse. No, I'm ready to close this portal. Ready to close this portal. All right, is there anything that I've left out for us to talk about before we get started? Anything else in the recap that we should talk about? Anything I've forgotten to cover? If not, we're going to open up this box and get started. Okay, I'll keep all our maps handy. I'll keep our ritual pieces ready. All right, so we've got Elaine's printouts of the online content in case it disappears. We'll put these over here. Feels like there's not much in this last box, to be honest. Pretty thin, except for some physical items. Aha, so we got the last piece of that ritual. Whoa. What the heck is that? Boy, that's creepy. All right. Put that carefully aside. I don't think I hope that I'm not going to be ingesting that. And then we've got a patch with a very creepy creature on it. Now, we know what that creature is, right? That's the sort of white, multi-legged creature mentioned in one of these tales. Strange creatures tales. We have the white things. So here we have a patch of the white things and the bioluminescent mushrooms. So these animals might be coming through this portal or something. But probably we don't have to do anything with this. It's just a little prop to put on your jacket. That creature looks friendly. Okay. So very little actual documents though today. Looks like we have more notes from David Griffith. Let's put our last piece of this ritual thing over here. And let's read our 2 welcome letters always. First from Cynthia, then from June. Let me just get a little drink of coffee here. All right, here we go. Hello, Apprentice Curator. Thank you for participating in the Apprentice Curator program to the very end. This is the last installment you will receive. The Apprentice Curator program was designed as a way to offer dedicated visitors a glimpse into materials that don't make it into our public displays and to test new elements before they're incorporated into our exhibits. We're so pleased members like you have made the program a resounding success. The Cooper Heritage Center's mission is to educate our visitors about the cultural and natural history of our corner of West Virginia. It's not always been easily accomplished, but we are determined to continually improve and move forward. Ours is a small town with a big heart, and our community members have supported each other through joy, grief, and everything in between. We recognize not every town is as special as ours, and we're grateful to those who take the time to celebrate the unique history and culture of Cooper's Rock with us. The hallmarks of a Cooper's Rock citizen include a hearty nature, an open mind, and a dedicated spirit. We at the CHC consider every member of the Apprentice Curator program to exhibit each of these qualities. For your final assignment, we're testing our Apprentice Curator's knowledge of obscure Cooper's Rock history. Visit Volunteer Assignment 5, log in using your code, and when you complete the quiz, you'll be able to download an official honorary curator certificate. So looks like no new information at the end. We're just going to get a certificate. Once again, thank you. Your support of Cooper's Rock does not go unnoticed or unappreciative. You've made it this far, which makes you our neighbor no matter where you live. Cecilia Dandridge. All right, now here's our letter from our person that we've really been helping with her supernatural stuff. I think we solved her problem last week, though. Yesterday, that is. Last box. Hi again, we're so close. I mean, we have to be because things are completely off the rails around here. Not long after I sent you my last letter, Ellen became spirit sick. Even with all the protections she had in place, the darkness took her so quickly. David and I tried everything we could think of, but for a while, we weren't sure we were going to be able to bring her out of it. She's doing much better now, thankfully. But meanwhile, things in town are really out of control. I'm sending you an article from a recent edition of the Herald just to give you some idea. But it's gotten worse ever since then. I went into town for groceries yesterday and overheard someone in the checkout line saying one of Prez Fuller's groupies was attacked by some kind of animal. When they asked him to describe the thing that attacked him, all he could tell them was that it wasn't inside its body. I don't even really know what that means, but it sure doesn't sound good. And then last night, there was this thing in the woods outside Blackbird Cabin. It looked like a person, but it couldn't have been. Its limbs were all wrong, and it had these things that looked like antlers where its eyes should have been. David told me to ignore it. He said even looking at it could give it power. So I'm doing my best to stay calm, but it's not easy. It helps to keep busy. We're going as fast as we can, but there's a lot to do. David and Ellen have been working nonstop to make all the necessary preparations. I've been trying to help out where I can, but the two of them are really in their element. I've never seen two people with such an intense connection, especially after all the time they've spent apart. For example, this morning, Ellen was looking for some kind of herb in the kitchen, and not 10 minutes later, David came in from the woods with a fresh cutting of that exact plant. It's uncanny. It's like they're connected. I think we're finally in the home stretch now, though. There are just a couple more details we have to iron out. I'm working on figuring out how to get David and Ellen through the locked zones in the mine so they can reach the rift. David knows how to get there, but there's a lot of security on the mine these days. I'm trying to tread lightly so that nobody notices I'm poking around their security system. I'd hate to tip them off about what we're planning before we're ready to make our move. As for the other problem, that one's sort of my fault. You know those fragments of the sigil? She's talking about these 3 fragments that we've now put together. She says, well, apparently I should have consulted with Ellen before I sent you the last one, because now she says we need the pieces. Or in any case, we need to know the spell that's written on them in Ellen's native language. How was I supposed to know she'd change her mind and want them back? But what's done is done, and she said that since you have the other 2 pieces, you're going to have to be the one to figure out how they fit together. I'm sending the last piece with this letter. They need to know the complete spell in order to close the rift. Ellen says getting the precise wording right is crucial to make the spell work this time. Once they're done with all their preparations here at the cabin, David and Ellen are going to head out into Muck Cross Woods. There is Muck Cross Woods. They're going to head out into Muck Cross Woods. David decided they're going to camp out in the woods near the mine entrance so that they'll be ready to go in at a moment's notice once we know the complete spell. If I'm being honest, I think he also just prefers to be outdoors, even with all the weird stuff going on out there right now. He keeps saying how long it's been since he's seen our sky. I can only imagine how strange it must be coming back from all this time away. Anyway, I bought a couple of walkie-talkies so we'll be able to keep in contact. Once I hear from you about the spell, I'll let them know it's time to go in. Use the contact form to tell me the complete phrase. I'm not sure if the CHC website can handle special characters, so just write out the words the way David used to when he was learning to write Darkhand. Darkhand is the name of this little phonetic language. You know, like B-I-W for beware, or Ellen for Ellen. That way there won't be any confusion about what symbols to use. No pressure, but we're counting on you. And if you're feeling a little overwhelmed, because I know I am, just remember you're not alone in this. We've got each other, and I know that together we can make this work. Okay, so we know our assignment. We're going to save the world by decoding this spell and sending June the words in the ritual, and then Ellen and David are going to actually do the work. We're going to direct them, and they're going to go into the mine. Sounds like we'll probably have to help them get past security as well. And we're going to give them the spell, and then they're going to do the actual work in the mine. All right, let's see what else we've got here. Just a few more items. We've got the newspaper article that she sent us from the current Herald, Monongalia Herald. Editorial, what on earth is happening to our town and who's stepping up? Mayor Lynch, if you're reading this is an editorial. Mayor Lynch, if you're reading this, shame on you for your abysmal response to the recent and frankly baffling developments in Cooper's Rock. I said it to your face at last week's town hall. I sent it to every single one of your social media pages last night, and I'll keep saying it in every medium I have access to until it gets through to you. It doesn't make a lick of sense to pour all of that money and effort, quite literally, into a hole in the ground without first addressing all the problems we've been having above ground. Now is simply not the time to allow Luxit Umbra Venture Labs to set up at the site of the old mine, certainly not when it's subsidized by taxpayer dollars. Okay, Luxit Umbra is ready to go back into the mine and reopen it. The ongoing electrical disturbances in our homes have not only not been solved, they've actively gotten worse. The night sky is practically as bright as it is in the daytime when those lights flash, and we still haven't had any confirmation as to where they're coming from. There has been not one, not two, but 3 incidents of sinkholes appearing across town, 2 of which resulted in grievous bodily injury to personal acquaintances of mine. Simon Kitawa certainly won't be able to participate in his pet project, the Cooper's Rock Rock Climbing Club, anytime soon, not in his new full body cast. As co-president of the Cooper's Rock PTA, I must demand that somebody think of the children. I know for a fact that my Brandon is far from the only child afflicted with the seizures that many residents of Cooper's Rock have been experiencing. Yikes. Lately, our lives have become a vicious cycle of my son's seizures, going to the hospital, only to be told all of his tests come back totally normal, and going home only to wake up in the dead of night to Brandon pounding and clawing at the door of his bedroom, whimpering about feeling empty inside. An event he's never able to remember once it's over. My child deserves better care and better answers, as do all of my friends and neighbors experiencing similar medical upsets. I'm one more nasty surprise away from joining up with Preston Fuller's volunteer militia, which so far consists of himself and 3 fans of that so-called podcast of his where he posits all these wackadoodle theories. Say what you want about the man, I know I certainly have, but lately he's been doing a better job protecting us from whatever's in the woods than animal control. Yesterday, as I sat on my porch holding my convulsing son's head stable so that he didn't accidentally bite his tongue into, I saw Fuller dragging the gigantic furry body of something I could only describe as a wolf-cockroach hybrid back to his house while murmuring something about a rug. The mayor's office better do some dragging of their own. if they don't want to permanently lose the respect of the people they've sworn to protect by dragging themselves to their desks to do their jobs. People in this town have gone from confused to frightened and from frightened to furious. I think I speak for all when I say that it's high time we were given some answers. Lane Matthews. All right, so this whole town is coming apart because this alternate dimension rift is letting creatures through and causing seizures and emptying, howling people out. Very creepy. Here's another little article at the back of this clipping. Mysterious Body Unearthed in Forest by Julie Sutherland. Authorities are seeking help identifying the body of a male in his mid-60s that was found in Muckross Forest this past Monday. A combination of advanced decay and post-mortem mutilations had rendered the body unidentifiable, said a source at the Cooper's Rock Sheriff's Office. The source noted that the sole distinguishing feature authorities could discern from the remains are extensive networks of scar tissue across both palms. The body was discovered by Preston Fuller's volunteer militia. According to Fuller, the 4 men and women of the militia stumbled upon the remains while hunting for unnatural creatures. "Mark my words, monsters," Fuller reportedly shouted into the woods while brandishing his shotgun. "I'll take down 20 of yours for every one of mine you get." The source of the sheriff's office recalled Fuller being escorted from the scene soon thereafter. The Cooper's Rock Sheriff's Office urges anyone with relevant information to this case to contact them immediately. And then we're told this is the area where the body was found is a spot frequent, and then it cuts off. I'm a little bit nervous. Like, is this a body of David Griffith? Is there something we should worry about? Or could it be Sidney Cooper? The body of a male in his mid-60s. I mean, if it was Sidney Cooper, it would be, 100 years old. They seem to have found an intact body. So, yeah, I don't really know whose body this is. I'm a little worried that it's like, I mean, she did the test on David Griffith and said he was fine, so he didn't come back as a demon possessed. But I'm a little concerned about whose body this is. Like, this is the area that David Griffith wants to camp out in with Erin. So that makes me nervous. Now, June has sent us this letter, forwarded this letter. She says, "Got this email, no idea how they found me." So this is the senior legal counsel from corporate and securities of Lux at Umbra Venture. So they have emailed June, and what are they saying? Harrison Travert from the Strahlenberg.com, that's the mine website we discovered in our last session. He's writing to June. He says, "To whom it may concern, it has come to our attention you have been the recipient of several classified documents that fall under the purview of Lux at Umbra Venture Laboratories, henceforth referred to as LVL, and are therefore liable to federal prosecution under the Defend Trade Secrets Act. The DTSA defines a trade secret as any item or piece of information that derives independent economic value, actual or potential, from not being generally known to the public and not being readily ascertainable through proper means." 18 U.S.C. 1836. Historical internal communications of the Strahlenberg Mining Company contain references to certain valuable and classified assets which have since been acquired by LVL and thus qualify as such. In other words, the Cooper Heritage Center, henceforth referred to as the CHC, does not possess any legal right to display, distribute, or otherwise retain the internal documents of the Strahlenberg Mining Company, as LVL is the sole proprietor of Strahlenberg's former assets. We have given the CHC 3 days to comply with our request to relinquish these documents and purge their archive of all references to their existence. As the recipient of at least one such piece of intellectual property, we request that you void your hard drive of any electronic copies of these documents, void your property of any physical copies of these documents, and void your memory of any recollection of or interest in these documents. If the CHC does not cease the transmission of these documents, we will be launching a formal investigation into their improper and illegal practices. If you are found to be a person of interest in this case, you may be contacted by our operational security associates in the near future. We eagerly anticipate your cooperation. Sincerely, Harrison P. Travert, Esquire, Senior Legal Counsel, Corporate and Securities. Now, just as a reminder, June did get access to these private emails, and in fact, we learned that they killed off a reporter. They disappeared a reporter who was making inquiries, who was found on the property. Very creepy, but Lux at Umbra is up to no good. Okay, 3 more physical documents in today's letter box. Here is a letter from David Griffith. He says, Ellen gave us a good scare there for a while there. I keep replaying the moment I found her in my head. I got back to the cabin to find her collapse outside her body, jerking and contorting in all kinds of unnatural ways. Arwen had taken over her body, and it used her voice to say all kinds of terrible things. June and I didn't leave her bedside for a second. It was selfish of me, but I couldn't stop thinking about how little time we'd gotten with one another after all those years apart. But she came through it. Ellen's always been tougher than she appears. I let myself forget that all those decades ago when I insisted on going down to the rift on my own. I don't plan on forgetting it ever again. Let's get down to brass tacks. I've been around the perimeter of the mine more times than I care to recall. It's mighty strange being back there. I was supposed to give up my own life taking the place down. As it turned out, I sacrificed 10 lives that weren't mine to give instead. This is when he tried to close down the mine, but instead there was an accident and 10 other people died, not him. He says, all for nothing. But there's no sense in dwelling on the past when we can take action in the present. I was always too much of a troublemaker to be assigned to the classified zones. But even I was privy to the fact that the lowest reaches of Hades in the mine were the most heavily secured. We need to get as far down in that mine as possible. Once we get deep enough, we'll be able to find our way to the rift by heading down whichever tunnels have a strong breeze coming down it and a blue glow at the end of it. That's what worked for me the last time I tried this out. Here's the issue with the plan. The mine doesn't have a guard posted outside, but it's shut tight nonetheless. A set of iron doors blocks the only way inside. There's no sign of any control panel or port of access, not that we've been able to find out. Foxfire connects to the mine, but trying to go through the caves to get to the rift isn't an option. Nobody knows the cave's layout. We can't risk getting lost and wandering aimlessly around a place where Arwen, the evil spirit, has gathered so much power. The mine shafts will provide us with a straight shot to the rift, but only once we're able to break into that security system. The operation we're trying to pull off will be difficult in terms of timing. Here's how I'm thinking it'll go. First things first, cast the spell Ellen sent you. It will temporarily weaken Arwen and keep you from catching its notice. 2, then you'll need to figure out the words we need to say to close the rift. Let June know what they are, and she'll pass it on to us. So this spell we already cast. We already did this. I had a whole gas mask on. All right, so we've done step 1. Now, next step is we're going to figure out what words to say. We figure it out. We send it to June. She's going to pass it to Ellen. Okay, step 3. We break into that mine. Not sure exactly how this will happen, but June's been looking into the security system, and I have total faith that the two of you will figure it out. We head toward the bottom of the mine. What that looks like exactly depends on the security setup we find on the other side of that door. You may have to run some interference on your side. And then 5, Ellen and I use the spell on the sigil to strike the final blow. We're not letting June come with us, no matter how much she insists on helping. She's more used to everyone topside. That woman does this town proud. I'm happy to know that if we don't make it back to Cooper's Rock, Cooper's Rock will be safe in her hands and in yours. See you on the other side. Well, we know the passwords, but I don't know if we know how to get past this big iron door. Doesn't have a guard posted outside. It's shut tight with a set of iron doors. Okay, and then at the back of this, he's just written on this, draw your favorite fluorescent flora or freaky fauna. In the space below, draw a picture of your favorite glowing mushroom. I don't think there's anything, any of the bioluminescent codes here, no. I'm not here. All right. 2 more documents. They look like they're from David. What is this one? Maybe we'll start with the one we can read. This looks like these are all from David. But maybe this is from Ellen. Doesn't say who it's from, though. All right, let's see. Arwen has made a terrible mistake. In its recent attempt to hollow melt, has given us a piece of itself, one that we may use in the ritual to bind it. Allow me to explain. Okay, this is from Ellen. She says, when I was a small one in the dark home, Arwen flooded my heart with visions of a hollow land. It beckoned me to renounce my claim to my own body and be its tool, but I broke through its influence and fled from the dark home in fear of its retribution. I traveled to the deepest and most sacred reaches of my land in search of a veil rift. That is how I came to Cooper's Rock. Wandering up from the vast emptiness underground, there I met David. I taught him not only my tongue, but a number of my people's rituals as well. One of those was a spell that I hoped David would never have to use. It works only between life mates, and even then poses a great risk to them both. The occasion to use that spell finally arose. After spending many days planning with David and June, I grew sick with nightmares once again, just as I did as a small one. My mind was swept away in the poisonous flood of Arwen's power. I would not have woken up were it not for the aid of my new heart friend and my oldest and truest heart mate, June and David. I do not remember much of the ritual, only the pain of the knife. Yikes. And the worry in David's voice as he chanted. Then the warmth returning to my body as the evil bled out. As David held me, weeping with relief, June hurried to capture that evil before it could slither away. This is some evil blood that came out of Ellen. Ugh. That's got Arwen's spirit in it. They had the knife. Jane hurried to capture that evil before it could slither away. Once I recovered, I transferred it from the glass into a more secure prison, one that I enchanted myself. I now entrust that prison to you. Oh my God. In here is this blood and spirit and evil stuff of this Arwen that has hollowed out many people over decades. This is very dangerous for me to have. Okay, she's enchanted it. My essence will be connected with this piece of Arwen until the end of time. I cannot kill it without extinguishing my own life. It can never be allowed out of that prison for what it may do to myself or to others. But I cannot bear to look at it. I entrust it to your worthy hands, and thank you for the service you do me as its forever guard. We have to guard this forever. All right. You are my subject. You may subject this piece to a ritual that will weaken Arwen as a whole. I see. It's a new ritual that we're going to do on this. To do this, hold this vial, or no, hold the bright stone a hair's breadth from the prison. Encircle it 5 times clockwise and 5 times counterclockwise while holding in your mind's eye the image of a circle of power appearing around the evil. As you do this, chant the words, I bind your blighted power. I hope that this spell will aid in our final confrontation. If there was another world for me to flee towards, even now, I would not flee again. My soul has grown deep roots in this place, roots that have tangled with those of many others. Arwen must not do here what he has done to my dark home. Okay, so I said we had done step 1 already, but we haven't. I guess we did a different spell in box 4. Maybe that was to protect me. Now we're doing a spell to protect Arwen using its prison here and the bright stone, which is in box 1 somewhere. All right, so there's the bright stone from the cave. This is the miner's bracelet. Might give us a little bit of protection. Oh, don't put it. Let's not mess around with this till we know what we're doing. All right, so this is going to be our step 1 to do this spell to weaken Arwen. She's saying she's grown attached to our world. She doesn't want to flee. She's ready to do this. She could end up dying. She and David could end up dying, but it sounds like they're willing to do that if they have to seal this rift. And here she's got a little drawing of what this looks like when we bring the bright stone. I'm going to keep these two separate until we're sure we know what we're doing. I don't want to make a mistake. So the last item is this. These are more notes from David's journal while he was in this dark place. Not clear what order we're supposed to read this. Guess we'll just look at it, look through it. Received a welcome back. You think there's a way? Okay, so if it was on a if it was on a notebook, this would be the binding on the left. So that would suggest that it's this page and then this page. So let's start here. He's crossed all this out, but what has he written? I'm so sorry for not something saying goodbye like this. It sounds like he's maybe was writing to Ellen. Do you remember the rock formation we'd always play hide and seek around? I was there last night, turning the... Turning the something over and over in my hand, maybe the bright stone. Yeah, sorry for taking it. So remember in his first letter, he said to Ellen, I'm sorry I took your blank, but you understand it. So clearly he's talking about that bright stone, which we have right here. So he was there at the rock formation, turning the bright stone over and over in my hands. He says, I'm sorry for taking it. By the way, hope you understand. I'll be arrested if I make it out. I'll tell them that you had nothing to do with it. I'm begging you to play along. So remember, the plan was for the two of them to go into the mine, do this spell to close the rift. He realized it was dangerous, and maybe he wanted to save Ellen from any repercussion, so he tried to do it himself and ended up killing 10 people and failing. So this was a note he wrote to her, I guess maybe before he got trapped. And he says, if I don't come back, tell Mom and Pop I love them. And then he says, what is he saying here? It almost looks like something I never got over losing. I never got over. He lost a brother, didn't he? Am I remembering that correct? They never got over losing. I think he had a brother he lost, if I'm remembering it correctly. Then he says, I love you too, of course. Always have, always will, David. And then he's crossed all this off, maybe just because he's afraid, he realized he can't give it to her, he's afraid he'll get caught, we don't know. Now, I think this is him writing notes after he's in the other world. Tapped on the glass today instead of just passing through. Looks like I can touch things now. Sometimes I get frustrated and push the coffee off her desk. He's talking about, as an apparition, what he did in June's office. It says, according to blank, this is, I think, his friend in this world. According to blank, the barrier can snap shut on your spirit like a guillotine if you linger halfway through it. Bad news for me, but worse news for Arwen, I think he's saying, if I play my cards right. I think that's our Arwen sign. And then he says, if I could learn it, she can for he says, I can send words through now, but only in this language that he's using, the dark hand. If I could learn it, she can for sure. He's saying, he's trying to talk to June, and he's saying, well, if I learned it, she can learn it too. And then he says, tables have turned. She snuck up on me this time. She must see me now. She held some kind of black rectangle up at me. That's her phone. Took a photo of him, remember? He says, maybe a weapon. She found Ellen. We directed her to Ellen. She's found Ellen. Hard to keep my hand steady enough to write this because he's so excited. This will all be over soon. Tomorrow's the day. I'll get it right this time around or die trying. Like I was supposed to in the first place. Next page. Received a warm welcome back. The scouts keep falling into nightmares. Received a warm welcome back, even though my appearance meant they return. "15 days. Scouts keep falling into nightmares when they return. 15 days and blank hasn't woken from his. Is this my fault? Did Arwen follow me here? And Aaron hasn't woken from his." So I think this is him writing after he got back. And Ellen, when Ellen got sick. He says, received a warm welcome back. Yeah, this is when we actually just brought him back recently. And he says, even though my appearance meant failure, I'm needed here, wanted even. I won't deny my place anymore. And he says, Erin, 15 days, Erin has been in her little coma, but she's come out of it. He says, left a third of our supplies behind in order to move faster. This is him camping out in Muckross Forest, I think. Oh, I think maybe. Let's read this now. Left a third of our supplies behind in order to move faster. Breathing is agony. Arwen carved my newest something. Oh, maybe Ellen. No, this would be Ellen hasn't woken up. Arwen carved my newest blank as deep into me as she could. Then had me do the same to her. We have a few days at most until they overtake us. Found what's left of the others, gave them most of my remaining supplies and left. I'm a danger to them. Maybe he's writing from within this dark world. Alone. Think the attack is over. Lost track of the others in the darkness. Maybe these are his notes while he's in this dark world. He says he's going alone because he's causing them, he's making them, putting them at risk. Heading as far downwards as I can go, following a story I heard a dozen seasons ago. Tunnels have been barely high enough to crawl through for days. Having so little food was a blessing in disguise. Found the first haven, still occupied. She agreed to teach me, says this place is hard for Arwen to see. So I think he's in this dark world. He's traveling around this place, right, that we have in our maps. He's found a haven. He's met someone who's going to teach him. He's in a place where it's hard for Arwen to see. I'll be here a while, he says. Then he says, a breakthrough. Saw it suspended in the air, surrounded by glass, but my hands passed right through. She says that soon her dust will mingle with the temples. Hope I don't share her fate. Felt like I wasn't alone when I tried for the stone today. I turned and saw the silhouette of a woman. He's talking about trying to grab this stone in the museum, I think. Looks like this page might have come first. He saw the silhouette of a woman. I think he's talking about June working at the place. My heart caught in my throat when she shifted into focus. I saw it wasn't the, maybe he's saying it wasn't Ellen or something. Waved my hands in her face like an idiot. She couldn't see me. Tried focusing on the woman today instead of the bright stone that he's trying to grab. Saw her first, and then an office appeared around her. Tried focusing on something, but nothing. So I think he's saying he's trying to think about Ellen, but it didn't work. So this is just his notes while he's in this dark place and traveling around and then trying to manifest himself into traveling back to the surface where he's an apparition and trying to get at this bright stone to communicate to June, which he eventually succeeded in doing. That's how we got called in. All right, so it's time for a break. I guess when we come back, we've got the spell to do. We've got the ritual to reassemble and decode. And then, presumably, when we email June the spell, she's going to tell us that we need to have to give them help accessing the security codes, which we know. So this may be over fairly quickly if we play our cards right. We'll take our first break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, here we are, 11:21 p.m. We are approaching the end of this experience. Let's look at our notes about what to do, our multiple steps here. First thing to do, cast the spell Ellen sent you. It will temporarily weaken Arwen and keep you from catching its notice. And then here is the note from Ellen. Arwen has made a terrible mistake. His recent attempt to hollow me, I said hollow melt, but in its recent attempt to hollow me, that's why she's been sick for a while. But she recovered. He says, in its recent attempt to hollow me, it has given us a piece of itself. So it infected her. She was sick. And then David, Griffith, and June did a ritual. It beckoned to her to renounce her claim on her body and hollow itself out. She broke through its influence. She fled from the dark home. So maybe that's what happens when you get hollowed out. You get sent to this dark place. And then she tells about her past or whatever. Okay, so now they did a ritual on her. June and David, after many days, she got sick. Okay, now she says, I don't remember much of the ritual to save me, but some knife cut her. And David was chanting, and out from her, she bled out this evil, and it was captured. It's a little piece of Arwen. June captured the evil before it could slither away. Once I recovered, I transferred it from the glass to a more secure prison that she enchanted. Okay. She says, my essence will be connected with this piece of Arwen until the end of time. She can't kill it without extinguishing my own life. It can never be allowed out of the prison. But she can't even look at it. She's entrusting it to us, and then Elaine passed it to me. Now, you may subject this piece to a ritual that will weaken Arwen as a whole. Hold this, which we don't know what she's calling, but it's like the vial, the prison holding Arwen, a hair's breadth. Oh no, hold the Brightstone, a hair's breadth from the prison. Encircle it 5 times clockwise and 5 times counterclockwise while holding in your mind eye the image of a circle of power appearing around the evil. Now, if you're conveying explanations of a spell that's meant to be this important, I wouldn't mind if you were a little clearer about which one is supposed to revolve around which one. Keep the Brightstone a hair's breadth from the prison. Encircle it 5 times. I guess we're encircling the prison 5 times with this. I don't like this hair's breadth thing, though. Like, how am I supposed to make sure, like, is anything bad going to happen if it touches it? All right, we're going to do this now. Let's just not mess it up. I don't want the evil to come out. And then we have something we're supposed to chant. As you do, chant this words. I bind your blighted power. Okay. Stone around prison. Okay. I feel like a hair's breadth. I feel like there should be something I could do to make sure that that distance is correct. Cat felt a little loose there, like it was trying to get out. Whoa! Whoa. His spirit is reacting. Okay. 5 times clockwise, 5 times counterclockwise. Okay, here goes the first one. Once. Oof. Twice. I bind your blighted power. 3 times. I bind your blighted power. That's 4 times. I bind your blighted power. That's 5 times. Actually, I was going counterclockwise. Better do it again. Look at his spirit in there, bouncing around, reacting. It's like he's changed, like he's alive now. Okay, so clockwise would be this way. Okay, once I bind your blighted spirit. I bind your blighted power. 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 Ew, her blood is like running away from it. I bind your blighted power. Okay, that's 5 times. And now I'm going to go counterclockwise. Maybe trying to get all of his evilness in one place. Okay, I bind your blighted power. 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 Okay, there we go. We've done it. His spirit does look kind of weak now. It looks like it's hibernating and dormant. And her blood has done its best to escape into the other side of the vial. Ugh. Okay. Try to keep it asleep. I don't know if this little Ziploc baggie is sufficient protection. I wouldn't mind feeling this in something stronger. I feel like we shouldn't have it on the table where it can see what we're doing. I'm going to put it off. I'm going to put it off the table where it can't see anything. It's a little concerning putting it near my coffee. Maybe I'll bring my coffee elsewhere. All right, we've done the ritual. We've put Arwen to sleep. We've weakened it. That was step 1. Get the coffee away from him. Okay, that was step 1. Now, we need to figure out the words we need to say to close the rift. And we think that they are on this sigil. says, make the sigil whole to see what lies within its form. It's an ancient phrase in my people's tongue. To read it, make your surroundings as pitch black as the dark home. Focus vibrant thoughts into the heart of the symbol and wait for power to blossom forth. All right, so we think that goes there. And we think the point is to use, well, there's nothing on that side, but it's on this side. Feels like this is the mountaintop like that somehow. All right, so where does this go? Kind of weird. It doesn't really fit in there, does it? Like, what is this supposed to be? Do you think? How are we supposed to assemble this? I mean, we need to be able to read all of these, surely. This certainly looks like it assembles here, but obviously this doesn't quite fit into this. Is it supposed to... Maybe it's just supposed to make a rift. Like the rift is in the center like this. Jonathan asks about whether this should be mixed up more. I don't know, but I'm not messing with it now. We can mess with it later, maybe. I think maybe it's supposed to be like this. This seems to fit pretty well, actually, with this hole in the center. I think, well, this magical sigil is just for decoration, in a sense. We don't have to read this. It's these words around the outside we have to read and communicate to June. But we haven't been doing the work of recording what each one sounds like. So for that, we're going to have to go to the website. So let us open up the website for information about the phonetic alphabet language, because we are not actually doing that ourselves. I don't need that. Okay. Where's the mouse? Is what we want here. No. Recaps. Okay. So we're in the mine episode 5. The password is DRFT7914. Why does it never work the first time the caps lock gets turned on somehow? DRFT 7914. All right, so I guess we could go through these. Certain element, first the spell, then the password. Okay. And it tells us how to write it out. That's fine. Message from David, phrases written in the Otherworld alphabet. These can be deciphered. We know that. So we read the message from David. We know he was talking about Arwan. It's just Arwan. Okay. Ellen uses the Otherworld alphabet. She talks about the Brightstone and Arwan. And then she says it's in the vial. That's his blood. Okay. Now these were the notes while he was in the dark home. And he says various phrases, which we know were Arwen and his friend Arwol, as Logan was saying. And he mentions Ellen, and he mentions the Brightstone. That's fine. What was the Otherworld document? We don't want any of this. We want the spell. Oh, maybe maybe this is what they're talking about, the sigil. Okay. The spell fragment completes the document. You receive fragments in episodes 3 and 4. Fitting the pieces together will bring you closer to discovery. Okay, so we have fit the pieces together. Here they are. We have used the black light to reveal the words around the edge, which is what we have to communicate to June. And we just need the actual phonetic. Use the backlight. We've done that. If you're not sure what order to read the letters, look for one unfamiliar symbol. It should point out where to start. So if we had taken good notes, I think this one might be the one telling us where to start. Okay, so when spelled out phonetically, the spell to close the portal reads Quellenreeve, Fairfiol, Quellenreeve, Fairfiol, Quellenreeve, Fairfiol. I don't know that. Yeah, I'm going to copy this to the clipboard for sure. Okay, so I don't know that this says anything in English, or if it's just a phonetic pronunciation of something, of this magic word. It doesn't really matter for our sake. It would be kind of nice if we knew what it was saying, but we are going to now send this to June. Okay, here we go. We're about to unlock the next stage. So she asked us to tell her what it said, and that's what it says. That's the spell from the sigil that David and Erin have to say to perform the ritual once we lead them down there. Okay, so let's send this to June. Seems like we could send her a photo of this, maybe. We wouldn't have to decode it ourselves, but that's the magic ritual to close the rift. All right, June, let's see what you have to say. Oh, thank God. I'm so glad you were able to work it out. Okay, I just contacted David and Ellen to let them know what the complete spell is, so they should have everything they need to close the rift now. They're in position near the entrance of the cave. They're ready to go in. I've got a bigger problem, though. I was so sure I'd be able to log into the security system remotely via the Strahlenberg website, but I still can't figure out the stupid password. David and Ellen can't get to the rift without access to those locked zones within the mine, and I can't get anything open. I found a document in the CHC's archives that outlines how to create a password for Strahlenberg's security interface, but I can't figure out what phrase the system administrator would have used. I've attached a scan. You think you could give it a shot? I'm at my wit's end here. In the meantime, I guess I'll just hang out here in Blackbird Cabin. Not that I mind holding down the fort, but I kind of wish the fort wasn't so dark and creepy. I keep hearing things moving around in the woods outside. I know it's probably just normal outdoorsy noises, but they're freaking me out. It's not a big deal that I just heard something like footsteps dragging through the dead leaves, right? Yikes. Okay. So she can't get into the website of Strahlenberg.com, which we have seen. We couldn't figure out how to get in either, but she's sending us a document she has. Transition memo. From the desk of Timothy Castellano, Lux et Umbra Venture Laboratories. Mr. Dart, that's the person that was running the cover-up after the mine closed. In the process of absorbing Strahlenberg's assets, several lines of inquiry were launched by the Lux et Umbra Venture Labs, LVL, regarding the merits of various mid-level Strahlenberg Mining Company employees. Your name was mentioned numerous times in association with several qualities our organization prizes: intelligence, discretion, and decisiveness. Your work in pacifying members of the public who have acted in opposition to the goals of the Strahlenberg Mining Company was exemplary. We think they're talking about when he disappeared that reporter who snuck onto the land. And he's continuing here. In light of our organization's acquisition of the Strahlenberg mine and all assets thereof, you are now an employee of Lux et Umbra Venture Labs. An advance bonus has been wired to your account. To anticipate your query, we consider the recent matter of David Griffith to have been the responsibility of Strahlenberg's Internal Affairs Department, a group that will no longer continue their work in association with our organization. We do not consider you culpable for their errors and have no plans to file a motion against you with the Internal Board of Institutional Discipline, IBID. Your official title will remain Public Relations Manager. You will continue performing the typical duties associated with your position. To aid you in your role, you have been granted authority over one division of the Operational Security Associates. Only one addition has been made to your previous responsibilities. You have been made the designated system administrator of the automated security measures currently being installed in the former Strahlenberg mine. We anticipate that the installation process will be complete by 12/27/89. We recommend your password for the sysadmin account be a random combination of characters formed by the following process. Select any sentence or series of sentences that you find memorable. That's probably going to be his email signature from his previous emails. Then eliminate every even-numbered word from your selection. For example, in the sentence, she sells seashells by the seashore, would be reduced to seashells the. Of these, take the first letter of the first word, the second letter of the second word, etc. Change the following letters to numbers if they appear. So change an O to a 0, an L to a 1, an E to a 3, an A to a 4, a G to a 9. You will receive a briefing later this afternoon. Okay, so the key, we've given the process. We just need to know what sentence or series of sentences that he would find memorable to get his password. And I think it's going to be in his email signature line, which were these emails here when he disappeared someone. So let's look at his emails. Here's someone writing to me. Oh, so here is Stanley Dart replying, and he's got a quote in his email. And his quote is, Stanley Dart, his quote is, "I'm all in favor of keeping dangerous weapons out of the hands of fools. Let's start with typewriters," from Frank Lloyd Wright. And that's how he signs off on all of his messages. Here's Stanley Dart again. "I'm all in favor of keeping dangerous weapons out of the hands." And again, oh, those are his replies. Okay. So I think we've got his sentence. "I'm all in favor of keeping dangerous weapons out of the hands of fools." Okay, so that is my theory. So now we need to go back to the instructions. Sorry, I don't know if I was showing you that. Was I showing that on the screen while I was doing that? There's his emails, and there's his signature line. "I'm all in favor of keeping dangerous weapons out of the hands of fools. Let's start with the typewriters." Okay, now select any sentence. Eliminate every even numbered word from your selection. So it's every other word. So I think maybe the way to do this, it would be easier if we printed it out. But I think since this box is not too long, let's just do it by hand. So his signature line is, "I'm all in favor of keeping dangerous weapons out of the hands of fools. Period. Let's start with the typewriters. No, let's start with typewriters." Okay, he might just use the first sentence. He might use both. Okay, now he says, that's our thing. And then to get a password, we eliminate every even numbered word. So two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm in of dangerous out the of let's with. We don't know if there's a break here. We don't know if this is part of it. All right. Now take the first letter of the first word, the second letter of the second word, etc. But what happens when you've got too many? Okay, first letter of the first word is I. Second letter of the second word is N. Then we have the third letter here. What are we supposed to do? And then here's our example, the seashells, the, that's fine, but what do we do when there's not enough letters? Do we circle back? So do we get the first letter by, third letter by going 1, 2, 3, and this is an O. And then we want the fourth here. 1, 2, 3, 4 would be a G. And then the fifth here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would be a U. And then 6 here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 would be an E. The seventh here would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 would be an O. The 8 here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 would be an S. The ninth here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 would be a W. And that's it, with a possible break here. Okay, so that's one way we could wrap around. So let's just try this as one possible password, and then we're doing letters to numbers. So this becomes, the L becomes a 1, the E becomes a 3, and A to 4 and G to 9. So IN0, IN0, the G becomes a 9, U, the E becomes a 3, and then the O becomes a 0. And then we have SW, which might be tacked on. Okay, so here's one possible password if I haven't messed things up. IN09U30, or that with an SW at the end for these two words that are past the period. All right. What does June want us to do with this? This was when we, before we clicked, oh no, June. Okay, that's all right. Mailbox, June. Okay, what do you do? Does June want us to email her, or does she want us to log in directly? Do you think you could give it a shot? The problem is that we tried using the website. It didn't even look like we could put it in. Maybe we reply. We tried the website. We couldn't even find a way to type it in, I don't think, but we can try it. We could try it. There was the website. We found staff resources. So there is a field here, but we couldn't even, this isn't really a button. And what would his username be? Let's try just sending it to June. Let's see if she replies. I don't know if she knows how to reply, though. I can't figure out what phrase the system administrator would have used. I'll hang out here. Does seem like we're supposed to be trying to log in. But what would we... Okay, so we have to remember this game is not unwilling to make us have to try a bunch of things. Let's go back to that memo. It was in June's email. Let's open a new tab. Let's try this for a second. Let's look at this again. So, okay, what are they? Are they telling him his username? Your official title will remain public relations. You are the system administrator of the security measures. You have been made the system administrator of the security measures. And it's telling us his login, sysadmin account. SYS admin. Okay, I think that's his username. So I think we should be able to log in. Sysadmin. And he is he's the system administrator of the automated security measures. Your password for the sysadmin account. All right, let's give it a try now. Back to the mine. So, executive management. He's not executive management. Directory access. I mean, maybe he's got access to all of these, but what he should have access to is security. Okay, so SYS ADMIN, sysadmin. And we think his password is IN09U30, and maybe that's it. This is the enter that we discovered. Didn't seem to have any effect. All right, let me try adding the SW to it. Feels to me like this page is broken. If we were on a desktop, we'd view the source of it. I can't click on it. Let's try a couple things. First of all, let's try switching off the desktop site and try again. Sysadmin. Maybe those of you at home could try this. IN09U30. Could need an SW, could not, but this isn't even a button here. Could be something broken about this website. I'll try in a different browser in a minute. Just trying to look around to see if we can see any other explanation. Could need an SW. So it's not even a button. All right, let's try a different web browser. See if that makes any difference. Try Chrome here. The page isn't broken and I was able to get in. It says Elaine. Okay, Elaine, don't give us any hints, please. Not yet. Was that the website? No. Strahlenberg.com. Strahlenberg.com. What's happened here? Strahlenberg with an E. Okay, there's the mine. There's staff resources. security. Does this turn into a button? It's still not a button. Sysadmin IN09U30. Or if I hit enter, does it want the SW? Enter, enter. Problem is, it's not, doesn't seem to be a button. I mean, that shouldn't be the problem. IN09U30SW. Enter, enter. I mean, there's lots of ways this could be going wrong, but it's sort of frustrating that it doesn't seem like the web page is working. But we have Elaine to tell us that it is. Although, all right, so 2 browsers we've tried. We don't know if we've done the password deconstruction right. We don't know if we've done the wraparound right for the conversion. I guess we're going to do it again. I can see this making me angry very quickly. Let me try not to pay attention to the chat. It's just too much. Find the sentence or 2 that you like. Eliminate every even numbered word. Guess we can do this. I'm all in favor of keeping dangerous weapons out of the hands of fools. Let's start with typewriters. Okay, so first thing we need to check is that is the phrase. We got to just double check everything because we're not sure where things are going wrong. I'm all in favor, FAVOUR. That's not going to affect us though. I'm all in favor of keeping dangerous weapons out of the hands of fools, period. Let's start with typewriters. Frank Lloyd Wright. For all we know, he's included the Frank Lloyd Wright. This is why this is the kind of stuff that you shouldn't be making in a puzzle, because now we're having to try all these different permutations. But okay, we'll try it for a little bit and then we'll worry about what to do. We don't think, it doesn't even seem like the website is working. So, all right, let's start with typewriters, and then we would skip the Frank and we would kill this word. So you could add on to this FW. Okay, let's go back to the instructions. Let's try not to get frustrated by this. We'll try to imagine that people who played this had a month and that we're trying to guess a password. Maybe you do have to try 100 different things before it works. Okay, it's fairly clear that the username is sysadmin. If I was on a desktop, I would examine this web page to find out why the button is broken, but let's just assume it's a bad web design, and once we get in the right password, it's going to work. Okay, now take the first letter of the first word, the second letter of the second word. So the first letter of the first word in our reduced words. So of the reduced words, I'm in, of, dangerous, out, the. We take the first letter of the first word, the second letter of the second word, etc. So we have these three words left in this example, and we took the first. But look what's happened. They've lowercased the letter, the first word. It's not uppercase. So I preserved the case and made it an I capital, but not here. Okay, and now let me look at these numeric stuff. O's get changed, L's get changed, E gets changed, G gets changed, and A gets changed. So we just have O's and E's in our case. So lowercase I and 0, the G turned to a 9, U 3, the E turned to a 3, the O goes to a 0, and then we have optional letters here. All right, let's try it again. Sysadmin, that is how it's capitalized here. All right, let's try again with just the first sentence. I lowercase, N 0, 9U 3 0. No. Okay, what if we add the SW? Nothing seems to happen. And what if we add the FW? Almost looked like it was doing something, but it's not. Okay. All right. So the first most important thing is, how do we stop me from getting furious at this? This is like when we play the 3 secrets and I say, don't try to solve it, just try to figure out what you can gather. So I feel like the most important thing is I feel the anger. It's right, it's Arwen. I feel the anger right at the surface, right ready to boil over. So how am I gonna not get angry? So I'm angry because it seems like the design of this puzzle is terrible. And that's because there's lots of ways it can go wrong. There's multiple points of brokenness in terms of, clearly it's not part of the puzzle that this button doesn't work and seem to be working. We could be using the wrong phrase. There's multiple additional sentences that we don't know if it wants. That's another 2 permutations. There's an unspecified way to get the fifth letter of the fifth word that we're just guessing about. So lots of permutations. No feedback about why the website appears broken, which doesn't appear to be part of the design. I'm having to use a tablet. I'm having to deal with the size of the tablet constantly adjusting, so it's the difficulty with that. So all the recipe, all the ingredients for anger. I can escape that if we just go and get the hints either from the page or from the chat. It's interrupting our enjoyment of the story. Okay. Let's just go to the chat. If the solution is in the chat, we'll just take it. Otherwise, we will just go to the hints. Okay, deep breath. The page isn't broken. I tested it today, was able to get in. I was successful on a tablet and a desktop. The browser isn't the problem. Is it a capitalization problem? No. Do you want a hint, Jesse? Might as well go to the hints. Good thought. I can give you an... Okay, yes. Take us... Let's have the hints or the solutions. Tried hitting enter. I've tried clicking the button. Website isn't the problem. All right, well, that's a good hint, but I'm going to assume that when you say the... Well, when you say the website isn't the problem... You're not necessarily telling us that this enter button works. It may be that the enter button works when I click on it, it just doesn't like the password. But the other possibility is that there's something else to be done at the website. For example, it might be that we're not even supposed to be on that page. It might be that we're supposed to be on this page. We just don't know. And for each page, we'd have to try the 3 different possibilities, and that's assuming we have the right sentences. Okay, so let's have more hints. Let's not play this game. Find a different phrase that he used. So stupid. All right. So it wasn't his email signature that we spent 15 minutes decoding, which it completely could have been. But this game just wants us to play a game of trying a million different things. All right. Well, that hint is useful. Now let's see more replies by him. All right, so here's one email he sent, which, of course, we have a difficult time seeing and reading. Okay, here's his fuck. Here's his response. You're fully aware I'm not supposed to communicate. There are the zones. Stanley Dart, Public Relations Manager, answers and assistance, providing tactical coordination clients, aka friends, can depend on. Okay, well, one thing that's nice about this is nice long words. Okay, so is this line above his quote something that he always says? I think it is. Let's find his next line. Okay, answers and assistance, providing tactical coordination. All right, I guess I shouldn't be so angry. I mean, if you were trying to figure out someone's password, this would be fine. If the website gave feedback, if all that was fine, that would be fine. Okay, so answers Then we skip a word and write down assistance. Then we skip a word and write down tactical. Then we skip a word and write down clients. Then we skip a word and write down friends. Then we skip a word and write down depend. And I'm assuming he's not going to add in the second sentence, which he could. Which he could. Now let's do the process here. We've eliminated the even words. Now the first letter of the first word is an A. The second letter is an S. The third letter is a C. The fourth letter is an E. The fifth letter is an N. And the sixth letter is a D. Okay, well, that makes it more clear that this is here. Send. We're lowercasing it, and then we're turning the A's to 4s, the E's to 3s. Okay, well, that seems much more clearly like it. There's our password. If the website was giving proper feedback, then that would be much more reasonable. And here is this bullshit zooming thing. Okay, sys. That's unfortunate because it felt like we were enjoying it up until that point. Okay. So we have 4 S C 3 N D. Still doesn't look like a working button. Click, and it worked. Okay. Okay, look at how cool this is. Look at how cool this is. Oh my God, look at this. Look how cool this is. So look, there they are. There is David and Ellen. They're outside the main door. We're going to have to guide them in by opening the sectors, for giving them the passwords to these locked sites. So the green ones are these sites are probably, well, no, we know these. We know Athens. We know Abydos. We know Chios. And we know Cairo. Is that where we think we're going to send them? Sector 1, Sector 2. This matches the map we got for Sector 1 and Sector 2. Now we see there's a Sector 3. Now, where do we think we're trying to send them? Down here? So actually, we do have a password into Pergamon, which is this lower one here. But we don't have Potentia. We do have Abydos. But do we have... Sorry, you can't see all of these. Do we have this one? I wouldn't mind this thing not giving epileptic seizure blinking. So I'm guessing that we let them in here, and then we have the password for Abydos, which will unlock here. But maybe when we give the password for Abydos, it will not just let us in it. We have Pergamon, so we can get them in, we can get this into here, but the question is, I don't think we have this one. We have Calais, Pergamon, Acheron. Where's Acheron? Did we get Acheron wrong? Cairo, Chios, and Abydos. So we have the Athens password, and we have Cairo, and we don't have Calais. We've heard of it, but we don't have it. It's a little confusing. Are we supposed to have Calais? I mean, we've heard of Calais, but I don't think we have the password for it. We have the password for Chios, Abydos. Are we supposed to know all of these? Surely not. I mean, we'll try one of the ones we know, and then we'll see what happens. But it feels like we should be able to open them up a path down here. But maybe if we put in Pergamon, we can open up all the doors into Pergamon. And maybe if we put in Abydos, we can open up all of the passwords from Abydos. And maybe if we put in Calais, we can open up all the doors into Calais. All right, well, let's take a little break first. Take a deep breath after that password thing. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. I can see Elaine is trying to give us hints and help us, but please don't give us hints before we ask. Now, we have been keeping track of zones and passwords as we play, and clearly now is when we're going to be using them. We can see David and Ellen outside. We think they're trying to get to the very bottom of this cave. We're going to let them in by unlocking these doors or giving them the passwords. However, we've noticed that we don't have all the passwords. We've got a bunch of them. We've got Athens. We deduced Cairo, Chios, Abydos, and Pergamon. In addition, we have partial information from a video interview for Acheron. She heard a 24, 25, 24, something, then a 23. And we heard mention at some point of a zone Callies. That does look like a little bit of a problem for us because it looks like we're going to have to find a path through here and that we don't have enough. Jonathan, however, remembered that in those emails that we recently looked at, this woman contacts Stanley and tells her she's forgotten a password. She says, I don't want to say the name, but it's a sector zone that starts with the letter P. She wants him to reply by email and give her the password. So that's why she's just noting, like, it's a P. I won't say it out loud. And I don't want to start a paper trail. And he gets mad at her. He says, you know, you're not supposed to do this. You're not supposed to be given any hints, even just saying it's the letter P. And he says, you can't be talking about Pergamon. That's under lockdown. And we actually have that one decoded. So he says, you must be talking about one of the other two P's. And then he says, it must be talking one of the other two P's, and it's either one of these two things. I guess that's what we wrote down, actually. We made a note. It's one of these two, which is Caesar shifted either with whatever digit corresponds to the left paren or whatever digit corresponds to parentheses. We haven't decoded these. So he says it's not Pergamon, but two other P's. So one of the P's has this, and one of the P's is this password. So if we return now to this, does that help us? It's not Pergamon, but it could be Potentia. Or it could be Philippi. So we know how to get into Cairo. If it was for Potentia, and then Pergamon, it looks like if you could get into Pergamon, that could get you all the way. And we know how to get to Athens, but we don't know how to get into this one, but we know how to get into Cales. I think this might be our route. Cales. Actually, we don't know how to get into Cales, but that must be our mistake. So we may have to double back and figure out there. But if we can get into Athens, and then we can get into Cairo, and then we could get into Potentia, that might be able to get us through. I don't know why we've written down Cales, but no information about it. We heard about it somewhere, but maybe we overlooked how to get the password. Well, let's deal with that later. Let's do this one first. We've got to decrypt these two messages to get a password out of them. So we're in for a little bit more work than perhaps it initially appeared. So he said in his emails that this is a Commodore Amiga 500. We need the keyboard so that we can see. Not with this, we're not. We need a higher resolution Commodore Amiga 500 image so that we can look at the keyboard more closely. All right, we're in for a little bit more work here, especially since Callie's password we don't have. All right, so probably could guess at these, but there's the left paren. It looks like an 8. And the percentage is a 5. Now we go and Caesar cipher online. Okay. All right. So we're decrypting CJ ACJADB unless I've written down this looks kind of like a G, kind of like a J. I'm going to assume I did it right. And we're going to say this is a shift 8. And we're going to decrypt it. And we get cricklage. Is that a real thing or has something gone wrong? Okay. So while KRIKRILJ. Okay, the chat is going to look that up for me and tell me if that is a real word. Remember, it's a pass phrase for the city. So we don't expect a city, but we expect a word. I'm going to decode the other one and see if something else has gone wrong. I guess that Commodore keyboard had a different alternative way of where that left paren is that we could check, but let's try the other one first. YMFS FYTX. This was the shift 5, which decrypts as Thanatos. Okay, well, that one is right. Thanatos. Okay. Cricklage does not seem like anything. Okay, so what have we done wrong here? Let's go back to our keyboard. So on this Super Amiga keyboard, fuck you. Let's go back. So obviously we did the parentheses wrong, and we've now got to... Is this how I got to the wrong keyboard in the first place? That was our 8. No. No, guys. I don't want this. Okay. In this screenshot, though, can I... Oh, fucking hell. I really don't want this in my life. It was a 9. In this screenshot, you can see it's a 9. Let's go back. CJADB. Okay, let's just get the answer from the chat. Didn't Art say these were possible passcodes? If any one of them worked, didn't we find the right answer? No, I'm kind of assuming he's giving both of the passwords to both of the P's. Maybe we have enough. But both of these passwords should be words. I mean, probably we don't need the other P, because probably it's this one here, but it still should have been a word. I suppose we can just stop here for now and assume that maybe we found the right one. We just don't know if it's for this one or this one. I suppose we can try it. All right, let's not let this get to us. What we're thinking is that let's assume for a second that it is this one, that this is the password, Thanatos, and that we're lucky enough that it's for Potentia. Is the zone. We're going to find out in a second. And then the numeric authentication, we think for zone Potentia, if we're right, is POTENTIA. And then we need the numbers. That give us Thanatos. Course, I've been on the wrong screen. Or boy, I can feel I am just, I don't know what it is. Okay. Maybe it's the third day in a row of 7-hour streams, so it's just getting to me. 1, 2, 3, 4. An O into an H has to cycle around. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Seven, an E to an N, 9, N to an A. I'm counting because God help me if I do the math modulus 26 and I'm off by 1, I'll lose my mind. $13. T to a T is 0. Of course, the pen's running out of ink. I to an O. 4, 5, 6. And an A to an S. Is an 18. Okay. Now, what are we going to do about this one that we've just written down here with no information? That's great note keeping. The long video interview was where we got this one. I'll tell you what, let's do. Looks like we've got some problems, but let's... Unfortunately, it's the very first room. Oh, dear God. All right, I'm going to try... So these obvious... So to put in a password, we click one of these, and then we put it in. So we're going to try and see what happens when we put in some we know. So we know Abydos. So I'm going to put in the information we have recorded for Abydos. Fuck you with this fucking thing. Why can't these things just work like normal humans want them to work? So I'm putting in the authorization code now, which is 6 numbers, but some of them are double digits. So do I just type these in as digits with no separation between the numbers? Well, we're going to find out. And does that... And look at this fucking thing. Just leave the page where I put it. Let's see if this does anything. It just sits there. Does it want it in all caps? Look at this fucking thing. So nothing's happening. It turns red. Presumably that means it's wrong. Should these have something separating them? Is it not working because we're not here yet? Is it not working because this is formatted wrong? Is it not working because the password has to be lowercase? I'm going to lose my mind with this tablet too. Do we have any that are single-digit authentication codes? No, we do not. Does anyone know any way to make this stop? To make this screen zooming keyboard thing stop? Boy, do I want this to not be in my life. What browser am I in? Oh my god, it's even worse. Now I can't even make this go away. Oh my god. All right. Let me try to take some advice here instead of trying to put us through pain. This is how Arwen gets you, yeah. All right. So Elaine is watching us struggle through this. I would like to start with saving me from the hell of trying to guess formats. Can you tell me whether this thing wants these authorization numbers separated into numbers or just as a string of digits? That's the first question. You can also tell me, and we could just go to the hints and try to get some of this instead. You could also tell me whether it cares about this being lowercase or uppercase. And you can tell me if this terribly designed thing is ready to open these no matter, can I go to any of these and should I be able to open them, or will this not work until this is open? Use hyphens to separate the numbers. Oh my God, you guys really want to maximize pain. Okay, now I've used invisible hyphens. Love it. Is the password uppercase or lowercase? Don't know. It's auto zooming. Let's try clicking this non-button enter. It's just turned red and it's deleted it. That's great. That's great. Now you got to type it in each time to see if it's right. Okay, now does it want this in lowercase or uppercase? We don't know. Hecate. And it's insisting on zooming in. And now I click the non-button, it turns red. Now it hasn't deleted it this time. Has it turned red because we can't do this until we're here? Has it turned red because this is the wrong case? Has it turned red because one of these is wrong? What? Has it turned red? Oh my God, you guys. I'll tell you what. Now we're in a different browser because we were... What's happened to... Okay. Nope. Okay, let's go to the answers. Let's go to the answers. Were there hints for these? No, they're just answers. Once inside the security system, you will need to use the zone names and passwords. The documents you'll need to consult to find the correct zone names are the Silas interview from episode 1, the cave photos. I think the passwords are always uppercase. GCATE, and now I try to convince it not to zoom in. We hit enter, and it's red, possibly because we're doing it in the wrong order. So now I'm going to give up on this and assume that the reason it's not working is because we don't know Callie's. Okay, Elaine's going to tell us where Callie's information is. What document were we supposed to learn about the password for Kaylee's? Which we've written down the word Kaylee's as a zone, and somehow we didn't do anything with it. Elaine says it's in the internal emails. That's not, I need more information. Do you mean the internal emails that we sent to June? Or do you mean the internal emails from this place? Elaine says these emails. Why did we write it down and not write down any information about it? Okay, we have to read these again, but because we can't see on the screen the text because it's too small, we have to zoom in and read each item as if we were scrolling across it. Boy, I don't know what has happened to me. I feel like Arwen's gotten in my brain. This is Claudia asking for the password to the P zone. Automated alert. It's not in the body of an email. It's just sitting somewhere. April 22nd. This whole channel is working together to keep me from losing my mind. And it's almost working. Activity detected in Strahlenberg Mine Zone Callie's authorization. Oh my god. C-A-L-E-S. Authorization 2419. I guess this is where we're getting our hyphens from. Maybe it doesn't really care that they're hyphens, but okay. Boy, I'm just not feeling this. D plus 24 is 27. This should be an A. A plus 19 should be a T. L plus 0 should be an L. 5, this should be an A. Atlas. Okay, let's try to get into this one. Please, God, please let this just work. All right, we're going to try to get in this first door, Callie's. We're going to put in the authorization code 241902220, password Atlas in caps. And if we hit enter, what happens? The door opened and they got through it, which we didn't really see because this thing auto zoomed out, auto zoomed in. It's going to insist on having this on the screen at all times because I can't tell it to stop. I want to beg it to go away. Let's see if I can turn it off. Okay, thank God. All right. And it says we have 20 more minutes of these. Okay. All right, so we're in Cali. So we could either go to Chios or Abydos. We know how to get into both of those. But we don't know how to get into Dirtos. So I guess we don't want to go into Abydos. And Chios, we don't know how to get into Armana. So I guess we're not going to go this way. Looks like we need to go this way into Athens and then Cairo. All right, so our next stop is to Athens, which is here. And what is our login for Athens? According to my notes here, it's 4. You can't see it anyway, it doesn't matter. 424 23 23 70 is the authorization code. Password EREBUS. Now I'm going to scroll out. Hopefully this will work and open the door into Athens. Okay, so they made it into Athens. All right, with some animation. They've obviously put a lot of work into this. Okay, we don't know how to go into Braran. We don't know how to get into Asona, but we do know how to get into a level red Cairo. So we're going to try to get into level red Cairo. Okay, please stop doing that. Okay, so our information about Cairo is that it should be 9, 4, 11, 16, 16. And LETHE. Stop zooming in. And that didn't work. All right, what have we done wrong? 9, 4, 11, 16. I think I typed 15. 16, 16. Okay, we zoom out. We hit enter. That worked. Okay, down they go into Cairo. They are in the mine into level 2. All right, now this is exciting. Okay, so now we have our guess about our P level. Now, if we're right, we think we need to get into Pergamon through Potentia. If we're wrong, then we have to figure out what's gone wrong with that other password. But okay, let's try to get into Potentia. Okay, if we're right about Potentia, it is 4, 19, 7, 9, 13, 0, 6, 18. And the password should be Thanatos. Now, we're not sure this is for this one, so let's see what happens. No. All right, let's try it again, and then we're going to have to back up and figure out what went wrong. 4, 19, 7, 9, 13, 0, 6, 18, which should be lactose. No. Okay, so something's gone wrong. There's multiple things that could have gone wrong. Clearly this is, okay, well, one of the things that could have gone wrong we know that Thanatos is Potentia, but perhaps I calculated the authentication code wrong. Why do we know that Thanatos is Potentia? Maybe we don't. Maybe. So all we know is that Thanatos is a password. But this could be the password for Philippi. So let's try to see what happens if it turns out to be the password for Philippi. So Thanatos is our password. PHILIPPI. So if it's the password for Philippi, let's see what the authentication code would be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 0. From I to A, I have to count it because I'm afraid of being off by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. L to N is 2. I to A. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 again. Same as over here. From P to T, 1, 2, 3, 4. From P to O should be 26 or 25. And from I to S, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's see if it's that. So we're not in Potentia anymore. We're trying to get into Philippi. That is Philippi, right? I haven't spelled it wrong. Okay. 4, 0, 18, 2, 18, 4, 25, 10. Password. Zoom out. Enter. So the other one that we tried, and for some reason we're not getting it decoded to, was supposed to decode to Tartarus, even though we've done it 10 times. We couldn't get that keyboard to shift, or we were using the wrong number. So now I have to do these calculations again, and they could be for either one. Potentia could have password Tartarus, in which case it would have a different authentication code, or Felipe could have password Tartarus. I tried both of them for Thanatos and couldn't get it to work, probably because I'm typing in something I don't know. We don't care. We're just going to have it tell us. Athens, Bethany. I don't know where the hell we would have gotten Bethany from. So Philippi was the Tartarus. And Potentia was Thanatos, which should have been 419 79 13 06 18. That's what I put in. Why didn't that work? All right, let's do the other one then. I don't know why that one didn't seem to work. That is what I put in. So the Tartarus one, for 19 9 8 18 2 5 0. I think we're seeing some of the problem with doing this on a stream instead of doing it by yourself at your house. If you're doing it by yourself at your house, you would get angry and you would just walk away and take a break. Okay. Philippi, which I'm going to kill myself if I keep making these kinds of mistakes. Phillippi. Password Tartarus, authorization 419981820. And what have we done here? Why didn't this work? 41979130618. Thanatos. That should have worked. It's 2510 at the end. 2510, thank you. You saved me from a full meltdown. I still don't know why this one didn't work, except if maybe we're not supposed to go through Potentia. I don't know where that Bethany was supposed to have come from, but let's not worry about that for now. Lucille Waters gave hints about Bethany. Oh, did she? We heard her say... I guess we heard her say something else. It wasn't Bethany. We heard her say Acheron. Okay, well, let's not worry about it. We don't want to go to Bethany. Oh, maybe we're going to have to. Okay, well, let's cross that bridge when we get to it. Let's try to... I tried to go into Potentia. It didn't work. Let's try to go in. Maybe that's why it didn't work, because Pergamon is closed down. So let's try to go into Philippi. All right. Now Philippi is 419 9818 2510, and the password was Tartarus. All right, so they're down to Philippi. So I guess we do need to know Bethany now. So what is the theory from the chat that we actually... She says she heard a B name. She said she heard a B name. Maybe she did. But we heard her say Acheron. So I guess what we're meant to think now is if we can get down to Bethany, I guess the idea that Bethany, that one of these is going to be the password for the other. That would make Bethany the zone. So if Bethany is the zone, and Acheron, although it's not spelled, so we're not exactly clear. That's okay. We're going to look this up after we solve it. If Acheron is the passphrase, then the only thing we have to calculate here is the numeric code. So B turns into an A with 25. Oh no, I'm really at the stage where I'm just irritated even doing this. E turns into a C with a 24. She heard 25, 24, something, something. So this is the rest of it. So 25, 24, that's how we know that it's Bethany also. Okay, so T turns into an H. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. H turns into an E with the 23. That's the 23 she heard. Then I guess she didn't hear the rest of these. So this should be a 17. This should be LMNO. This is a 1. And then Y to an N goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. All right, let's see if we can get them past this last room or if I made some mistake, in which case we'll do it again. All right, so we're going to try to get them into Bethany. I really do not remember her saying she heard a B name, but I believe you. Authorization code 25, 24, 14, 23, 17, 1, 15. Password ACHERON. Now we're just going from what we heard, Acheron. Could be we're misspelling that. Or this could be it for us. That was it. They're in. Oh! Whoa. Whoa, there they are. Do we hear anything? I don't think we can hear anything. Oh, there they are. There's no audio. There's the rift. That's David on the right and Ellen on the left. There is no audio, right? There's no audio. Let's hold the bright stone in our hand. We're going to try to close the rift. Save the world here. It'd be nice to be told that there's no audio. Remember, she came from that home. Whoa, what's happening? Oh, she's doing the ritual. He's looking out for R1 or other creatures. Whoa, look, those ruins are appearing. She's conducting that spell. That little hole in the center was the hole of our little ritual thing, I guess, the rift. It looks like it's getting bigger. Elaine confirms there's not supposed to be any audio. I don't like how the hole's getting bigger. That seems like the wrong direction. But maybe that's the protection against it. Whoa. What happened? What happened to them? Is that it? Is June going to write us a note telling us what happened? We've lost the camera. Elaine says that's the entirety of the video. Are they... And this is just a replay. Wait, there is sound. No, there's no sound. But we could have watched it in full screen. All right, let's watch it again. Be nice to have a lip reader. You can hear what she's, so we can know what she's saying. I made a little joke. No more audio. Maybe June is going to write, surely June's going to write us an email telling us what happened. She said, I have to do this. I have to do this. She's saying to him, we have to go back. That's the only way we can close it. It'll be okay. She's got out her bright stone. She's got her stuff. Yeah, that looks like they're going to sacrifice themselves. All right. She's preparing herself. He's resigned himself, just making sure nothing harms her while she does the ritual. Now, what does this say? Maybe the answers are going to tell us. I don't like how the thing is getting bigger, but I guess they got to go through it to save us. But did they save us? I guess we're going to hear from June. This is pretty cool. He's like freaked out. And these might be the words we gave them earlier. Yes, it's certainly possible that this is the exact phrase we told them to say. All right, she's done it. She's opened it. I think this. Yes, this is the phrase. And then they've disappeared through it, but they've closed the rift. They gave up their lives, but they closed the rift. It is closed. Okay. Now, with that done, let's see if June is going to have another message for us. Certainly doesn't look like it. Well, June, did we save the world or what? I don't think she's going to reply to that. Well, we can go to the... She doesn't seem to be replying. All right, well, let's go to the reveal page and see if there's anything else in the recap for us. Once you have all the passwords, use them to navigate the mine, allow them to pass out of the mine into the natural tunnel system where the rift is. To open a zone, you select it. Dashes should be included in passwords. Password entry is case sensitive. Okay. And then it says the correct path is Cowley's, Athens, Cairo, Philippi, Bethany. And that's it for the recap. What if we go to the third part? I mean, we did it. We've saved the world. I would have liked a little bit of a confirmation other than that video. Let us see if there's anything in this third party summary. The darkness temporarily took Ellen. Things are getting worse in town. We were given our final assignments. That's the message. We send this message to June. I did not receive an email response from June. The response is supposed to have a document with information on how to log in. Okay, we did that. Oh, there's a quiz. There's still a quiz we haven't taken. Okay, there's still a quiz we haven't taken, but we were supposed to log in. It's a video. This person couldn't read it, couldn't get it, but we got it. Okay, we still have a password we are supposed to put in to get a certificate. I guess we're going to do that here. So we go to volunteers. We go to our final assignment. We're told by Cecilia what it is. It is historian. Okay, and here's the quiz. What year was the foundation founded? What year did he die? Which of these productions does the Community Playhouse reenact every year? What year was Harris Mill built? What establishment did Isaac Silverheel run? Okay, well, shockingly, I do not remember the answers to these, but that's okay. We're just going to put these in. DBACA. I'm going to look in the chat in a second. Let me just do this. DBACA. DBACA. I don't know how you guys put up with me. DBACA. DBACA. Well, clearly it wasn't DBACA. We're just doing this so we can see. 1906, 56, 1897, 1880. 1906. 1906 isn't on this list. It looks like maybe this got reversed. So DBAC. I am just about losing my mind. Just about. Oh, please. Certificate. Tell us the password, and then it makes us put in the password. And then this is what you get. This is Cecilia Danridge, Hank Forrester, and June Novak signed it. And for some reason, it won't even rescale for this page. It's a PDF. I guess it's meant to be printed out at some large size. I can't even force it to resize for our screen. That was a bit of a rough finale there. All right, let me read the comments here. They saved us. The Rift definitely closed down. I'm sure there's a way for June's. I'm not sure there's a way for the June site. This website is what lets people save the world from evil. They're shutting down to save a few bucks. I think the person on the third-party site seemed to say they got an email months later. Maybe you'll be sent an epilogue. Okay, it was one of the purple texts. I don't know what you're talking about there. They're referring to the email we received that had the instructions for logging in. Okay. Let's take our 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll talk about the experience. I'm a little bit rattled from all the trial and error there. We'll take our break. We'll come back. We'll talk about the experience. I want to hear your thoughts. Let's try not to focus on some of the frustration at the end there. Try to remember what came before it. I'll see you in 8 minutes to talk about the end of the mine and then the end of the entire series. So we've just finished playing the final box 5, in a game called Empty Faces: The Mine, the third season of a series called Empty Faces. I'm going to give you my spoiler-free, sort of off-the-cuff thoughts about the experience and the set as a whole. Spoiler-free, and then we'll switch to the chat and maybe talk about some spoilery type stuff. But I will try to make this quick. The Mine, this 5-part experience, was very similar in structure to the previous 2 seasons. There is a continuing storyline. It is this sort of creepy evil spirit and alternate, well, I don't want to spoil the crux of the story, but it is a little peek into the past and maybe a little bit more of an origin story of the first 2. The storytelling here is phenomenal, and much like the previous seasons, the documents that come with this are just remarkable in their detail and depth. I mean, we spent most of our time reading these things. There are maps, there are videos, there's audio. It's all very well done. And the world building here, the lore of this supernatural world, is very convincing. It really draws us in. The puzzles here, I'd say this was a little bit of a stranger experience. There were less puzzles, less things to solve. Some of them were just sort of like, go find this in the book, give us these 5 answers. However, on this last box, there was a lot of frustration. And part of that frustration is just trying to do these quickly rather than play them over the course of months. But I do think the same thing is true from the mine as was true in the woods and the mountain, which is the puzzles are very high frustration. They're all finicky. They're all what I would call sort of poorly designed puzzles in terms of giving you feedback and being fragile and requiring you to try lots of different things until you stumble on it. The finale of this whole set here that we just played, it's clear they put in a lot of effort to try to make a sort of interactive web-based finale. I do think that was the wrong decision. The actual thing that you're supposed to decode and figure out, that was good. But the actual mechanics of having to interact with this website for the last chunk of the experience is probably a misreading of what people want from these games. I think the most enjoyable part for us was going through these dense documents and learning and talking about people and hearing about the history. And it was probably, in my opinion, not a great choice to have the final chunk of this whole experience be with a very sterile interface that sort of threw out no more dense documents, no more talking to people, no more hearing history. And I do think that was sort of an anticlimactic ending here, although props to them for giving it a try. The things that work in the previous seasons work very well. Here, there's a big emphasis on sort of performing these supernatural rituals. There's sort of like active activities that this game makes you do in all 3 seasons, and they work well in all 3. They're very cool. They're cool use of props. If you're the kind of people that likes using the props that are sent, I think there would be a lot to love here. Normally that doesn't really work for me, but I did buy into the supernatural element, so it was cool, it was clever, it was kind of fun. The real standout part of this entire set, and I do think this works well as a set of 3 seasons. Like, they are all connected. The lore is connected. The backstories are connected. I think maybe my favorite part was how each season gave us like a different perspective looking at this weird supernatural world that they fleshed out. And I'm not sure I really have a favorite of the 3. They're both very different. One is a very personal, small story. The next one goes to some sort of grand conspiracy. And then the other one is sort of like an origin story that teases prehistoric origins of all this and an entire other world. Not everything paid off, but boy, enough of it paid off that it was very cool to get a glimpse into this world. I do think Hunt a Killer should rework these and re-release them. All of the physical stuff is perfect. They just need to eliminate the digital stuff that's not providing documents and all of the puzzle stuff. This is much more of a story and less of a puzzle. There is a little clever little deductive mathematical part of this game, of the mine in particular, that was actually kind of enjoyable, but maybe streamline that. Overall, though, I really did have a blast playing this. I don't know how I would rank these. I think initially I thought I liked the woods best. Now I'm not sure. I think maybe they're all on equal playing field for me now. They are all very good. They're all great stories. And the most enjoyable thing is connecting the 3 of them. Having 3 of them, those 3 different stories told from different perspectives, but all with this common through line, that makes this one of the longest experiences as a total 3-season set. One of the longest mystery game experiences we've played on the channel. And that's one of the things I enjoy the most. So yeah, big thumbs up for me. I do hope they re-release this. I do think you're going to have a hard time playing this if the online content goes away, though. Okay, let's go to the chat and we will have our spoiler-filled discussion and a look at what other people thought. Okay. Perry says, I love the story. The end was anticlimactic, like both Woods and the Mountains. I do agree with that. I do think they should have done better with wrapping up the ending. They didn't really bring the whole Lux thing together across the 3 series. That was a little disappointing. I mean, I have more tolerance for leaving things unresolved, but I do think we should have got a little bit of a wrap-up from June. And it says, final thoughts, not counting the problems with the puzzles, it was good, compelling storyline throughout the 3 seasons. I liked the first and third the most. Great documents, cool ending. John says, I really like the setup of the mine explosion mystery in box 1. I like the idea of exploring this dark world in box 4 and 5. I think maybe the transition between those two could have been better. Parry says, season 3 was my favorite. This season we just played, the mine. I would have liked more around the global Lux conspiracy, though. Perry says, I wonder if they were going to continue it. Anna says, the 3rd season had the added interest of tying in the 3 seasons together. The first storyline, The Woods, was more personal. Did a good job of sucking me into this world. All in all, very good overarching concept. Jonathan says, I have to think about where to rank them. They each have different strengths and weaknesses. I'm not sure where they would have gone if they kept trying up the rituals. I think they could keep it simple. It's mainly just the lore around it. Don't think they needed to lean into the spectacle. Anna says, I did like this ending. Seeing them go deeper and deeper in the mine while we were the ones opening the doors was suspenseful, wondering what would happen at the end. I think this is spoiler talk, of course, but I think the idea of us having to guide them through these tunnels into the mine was not a bad one. I'm just questioning all the work that went into that interface where we're just looking at the dots go from room to room. That is, like, the thing that makes all of this enjoyable is the scary, creepy tunnel and the human element of these people. And I think we would have been better off if they just described to us in human terms what they were seeing and told us, like, do you have the password for this? And we provide it. And then been able to interact with seeing the two of them go through this mine and maybe a little bit of tension there rather than this top-down anodyne view where it was sort of detached from the human element of the story. But I did like the very end, although I would have liked a little bit more explanation for what happened and a little bit more of a human element to that ending. Any other thoughts from the chat? It sounds like we all liked all 4 seasons, which is much more than I expected. I sort of expected these 3 seasons to be totally different stories, only tied together very loosely. But they really were tied together quite strongly in terms of sort of the background lore of this craziness. I mean, I did really enjoy it, despite the fact that I was getting very frustrated at the end of this. I think maybe there's a cost to be playing so many hours crammed into a very short number of days. Anna says, I didn't care much for season 2. I liked season 2 a lot. I do think that the other thing that all of these seasons did very well is drag us in. We were always in danger. in every season, the person communicating us was very clear. They were like, you're in danger. This evil stuff can get to you. And I think we need to see more of that in these kinds of games where the player is actively sort of at risk, has some skin in the game. That was done exceedingly well. Any other final thoughts? I'm a little sad to see this series finished. Maybe we'll see in another decade they revisit it. Although, as I've said before, I do think the Blair Witch stuff, although clearly a different storyline, clearly it has borrowed from Empty Faces. Now, next week, we will begin our playthrough of the 2-season set, Earthbreak. We finished 15 boxes so far. We have 10 more to go. 2 more seasons. Something completely different. That's a science fiction type story. I really don't know what to expect. But I am curious. We'll probably start that next weekend, maybe next Friday. I hope everyone is enjoying the run-up to Christmas. If you've got more thoughts on this series, I'd love to hear your comments below the video, or you can jump on the Board Game Geek Guild forum for this channel, share them there, or the Discord. We'll be off for a couple days, come back at the end of the week and start playing Earthbreak. Hope to see some of you for that. Thank you for your help and your patience. I'll see you next time.